your behalf?
I was not aware of that.
You have your notice for this hearing?
My notice, all I got was an email notice.
Right.
Your Honor, this is a restoration hearing and Mr. Bass is the one who's requesting this hearing.
Okay. So, Mr. Bass, you do understand you have a right to have an attorney representation for this hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Wish to proceed with your hearing without counsel representation.
Yes, ma'am.
As noted by board counsel, this is a restoration. So this is your petition. So will you be giving testimony today on your behalf? Such that the court reporter can swear you in, if you are.
Ma'am?
So that the court reporter can swear you in.
Yes, ma'am. I can give my testimony.
She's gonna swear you in right now.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters? Anything,
I have a preliminary matter. I was just waiting to see if he had it.
No, ma'am, I don't guess.
I do have a preliminary matter. I would request entrance of exhibits B1 through B5, along with P1, which on Mr. Bass's behalf is his petition for restoration in this case.
Mr. Bass, do you have any objections to the admission of those exhibits into the record for today?
No, ma'am, I don't guess. I don't even, is this just my application that
Your application and some other documents offered by board counsel. Do you need to take an opportunity to look at them?
I've looked at them. I don't see anything in there that is.
So just to kind of answer your question, P1 is your restoration application.
Okay.
And then the first document is just a list. So if you turn to the first page, it gives you a list of what all the items in that package are.
Okay.
Which includes a printout of your licensure information, the information you have in your gateway, what's in nurses related to your license, and then the final order. That is the substance of our hearing today.
No, ma'am.
Exhibits are admitted into the record for today. And we can begin now with you with your petition. Board counsel may have some questions for you after you conclude, and the members of the hearing panel may have some questions for you.
Okay. On February 2nd, I was arrested because I was diverting medication. I was taking it from either non-waste, didn't verify waste, or using medications that weren't being used by other patients, by the patients under my charge. I was arrested for that. How I came to that was I had the death of a mother, a divorce, and moved, and I'd broken my hand that required surgery. I was prescribed drugs. I was prescribed opiates that I got hooked on. I told the doctor who was prescribing to me that I needed to get off. By that time, it was too late. I went through rehab. Once I went through rehab, went through AA, got my life back together. And got married, got remarried, happily married. We ended up having twins. My life is full. I have pursued other career, but my heart's in nursing. And I can answer any questions anybody has.
Board counsel may have some questions for you.
Mr. Bass, you mentioned that you were arrested on February the 2nd. What year was that?
2018.
February the 2nd, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
You would please turn to what's been marked and admitted as Exhibit B5, and that's on page 6.
Okay.
Do you recognize this final order?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
If you look at page 8, could you tell us the date of your final order with the Board of Nursing?
March 6th, the night, 2019.
So just for a timeline, you were arrested on February the 2nd, 2018, and then you had a board order in March of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what did this order do to your license?
It revoked it.
And if you go back to page 7, what was the reason that your license was revoked at that time? It's in paragraph 4.
I signed out medications for morphine Dilaudid on 11 occasions for the patients that did not document.
And did campus police become involved at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you working at the time?
Singing River.
And when campus police found you, did you have an empty vial of Dilaudid in your pocket?
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned that you since received treatment. Is that correct?
Right.
Is that part of your petition here today, the treatment that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that treatment for a period of, how long was your treatment and where was your treatment?
30 days at Clearview.
2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's on page 30, which I believe is part of your restoration packet.
Yes, ma'am. I see it.
So on page 30, what's this document?
Page 30, that's a certificate of completion from Clearview Recovery Center.
Have you participated in any other treatment programs?
Immediately after this, I went to a outpatient and did it once or twice. I couldn't afford it at the time because of course I was unemployed. But shortly after that, I started. It wasn't shortly after that. I started going to AA. So this is the only treatment, I guess, a paid treatment or intensive treatment I've had.
Was this an inpatient program?
This was inpatient.
So you're arrested in February of 18, and is that when you went to an outpatient treatment, then to this treatment?
No, I went to this first.
Okay, so this is the first thing you did after your
Yes,
arrest.
ma'am.
And then after that, you went to an outpatient treatment facility for briefly.
Briefly. And then,
Then you started AA.
yes, ma'am.
Now, if you would tell the board your educational background, how long have you been a nurse? Where did you graduate from?
I graduated from MGCC in 2012 with an associate's degree in nursing. I have a Bachelor of Science in biology that I received from USM, 2001. And then I worked for the Mississippi Department of Environmental Quality and then decided to go back to be a nurse.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as the branch operations manager for Nexair in Mobile.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. Branch operations manager for who?
Nexair,
Next year. And what do they do?
we deal welding gases, medical gas, and cryogenic gases.
And how long have you worked there?
Since October of 2018.
And you've worked there consistently
Yes,
since
ma'am.
October of 18.
Started out as a route driver with the CDL and have,
Worked your way through that company.
yes, ma'am.
If you would please, tell me about your pretrial diversion program.
It required regular drug testing. I met once a month with the pretrial diversion liaison, and required community service.
And how long was your
think it was-
period of time under that program?
2 years.
And were you discharged from the program?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have to pay any type of restitution?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you complete the terms of that and make that restitution payment?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you complete all the terms of the pretrial diversion program?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in Jackson County?
Yes, ma'am. There was a letter I thought I submitted that's in here somewhere that said that I had completed it.
You turn to page 129.
Yep, that's it.
Is that the letter dated June 15th, 2020 that shows you completed your pretrial diversion program?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the criminal cause was dismissed without prejudice?
Yes, ma'am.
That order is found on 128 of your application, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you go back one more page to page 129, you will see that you entered into that pretrial diversion agreement in on November the 19th of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you completed it in June of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you since done drug testing through Spectrum?
Yes, ma'am.
You would turn to page 79 of your application. And have you had negative results? Have you had negative results for all results with the testing that you've done through Spectrum since 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you still testing through Spectrum?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I believe you submitted AA and A calendars, and those begin on pages 81 and continue on. Is that what these documents are?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the board if, what you would do differently now if you do get an opportunity to work as a nurse again?
Part of what's kept me, I've been clean since February 2nd. Part of what's kept me clean is being open and honest with people about what issue I've had. Anybody and everybody who I get to know with any length knows what I've done. Not only does that help me stay sober, that allows me to potentially help anybody else that may have that same issue. This turns you into somebody you're not proud of. This is the darkest time that I've ever had in my life. There is nothing that I would ever wish on to see anybody have to go through what I had to do. Have to look my wife, my kids, everybody knows what I did. If there's one thing, whether I get my license back or not, I don't want people to feel that depths of darkness, that loneliness. So I had gone through a divorce prior to this. My new wife could have, and I met her during this. There was nothing for her to offer. I had nothing to offer her. I was a drug addict, but she stuck by me. She has helped. Without her, I couldn't have probably done it, but I had support. For the first time, I felt like I wasn't alone. I don't know if that answered your question, but
I noticed that your wife is also an RN, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got married, I think her affidavit says maybe 7 months after this incident
Yes, ma'am.
occurred. And she's your support system.
Well, part of it.
What's the rest of your?
I've got 5 kids. That granted, I've never been the perfect father, but they've loved me. I got my own father who helped put me to rehab. I had lost my mom, and he's really stepped up. He and I didn't have the best relationship up until that point. I got a brother and sister. Like I say, everybody in my family, everybody who knows me knows what issues I've been, and everybody has been supportive.
I would like you to tell us your sobriety date, please.
February 2nd, 2018.
And could you tell us when your addiction issues first began, an approximate date?
Approximately, it was probably around 2016. And I don't, maybe 2017, I don't remember. I remember I broke my hand and it required surgery. And like I say, they put me on, and this is also I broke my hand, required surgery, and they gave me pain pills. At the time, I was living by myself in a camper in the middle of nowhere because me and my wife had split at the time. And I was using them to self-medicate. So I don't have an exact date when that happened.
Maybe I could ask a different way. Before you were caught in 2018, how long had you been diverting Schedule II controlled substances?
I struggled for a long time. So I knew what I was doing was wrong, and I knew what I do and I didn't want to do. And I fought it, but it just, it's a slippery slope. Let's see, maybe 6 to 8 months, 9 months that it had been happening, but it wasn't consistent and it wasn't all the time because I still had, the doctor had taken me off of Percocets or whatever they were and had given me Ultram because I had to go through, because I had to have a lot of metal placed in my hand. And, but it was, so it was about more than the 11 that they charged me with, but it was, like I said, it wasn't consistent in the beginning. Towards the 11 was consistent. I was off the deep end. That's what I needed.
And when you were caught, you were given those IVs to yourself in the bathroom at the
Yes, ma'am.
place where you worked. You ever taken any other type of illegal narcotic prior to your diversion?
No,
issue?
ma'am.
You ever smoked marijuana
In high school.
in high school? Do you still use recreational marijuana from time to time?
It's absolutely not.
Do you have any issues with alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had any issues with alcohol
In my 20s.
in your 20s? So you smoked marijuana as a teen, correct? And then in your 20s, you had some alcohol issues.
Well, I drank when I was in college.
And so it's fair to say you've had some addiction issues
Sure.
other than just those 6 to 8 months.
Oh, yeah,
prior to
absolutely. Yeah.
The arrest. So tell me and tell this board panel, what you will do differently going forward.
I don't want to become, I'm a teetotaler in all of it now. because there's no room for error. There's, I've got too much on the line I've got 2-year-old twins, boys, that I don't want them to know or have to live through what I put my 17, 15, and 13-year-old through. I don't want them to, see that. So
Let me ask this, are you
Okay.
concerned if you go back into a setting as a nurse, that temptation will get the best of you?
No, ma'am.
Around controlled substances again?
no, ma'am.
Do you think you're safe to practice nursing again?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree that what you did previously could have harmed your patient?
Absolutely. Without a doubt.
And you understand as a nurse that it's your duty to take care and protect those patients?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing and agreeable, should this panel decide to reinstate your license or restore your license, to do anything that board deems necessary, including classes, whatever they deem necessary? Are you willing to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to continue drug screening?
Absolutely.
And when was the last time that you practiced as a nurse? What year?
2018. I haven't practiced since that night.
So it's been about 6 years.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any questions from the hearing panel for?
Curious, do you have potential employment or where are you seeking to be employed?
Haven't pursued any of it yet. So no, currently I don't have any potential employers.
And are you, because I'm looking at your stuff, are you continuing with your AA or NA meetings?
I quit doing that once my wife had twins. It's hard when you've got 5 kids. I have no problem going back. I kind of thought this was, because I sent in an application a while back, and the guy, whoever I spoke to, said it needed to be reformatted and done differently. And I figured that it was in the past. I wasn't going to have this opportunity again. So I kind of but I still did the affinity or spectrum drug test, not only for any potential chances I may have, but also I knew if it was ever in question, I had proof that I hadn't done anything. But no, I don't have any potential employment.
Being that you're not continuing your
AA, but I have no problems. I can start that back up if that it would be a requirement. That's not an issue.
see a counselor,
No, ma'am, not currently.
just based on your history, do you think it would be beneficial for you to seek out your NA meetings or counseling or both?
I have no problem with that. I am currently confident in my sobriety. Like I say, the people I have around me and my whole mindset, what I learned about myself, I learned a lot about. I had poor coping mechanisms. I had to get all touchy and feely in rehab, and I learned a bunch of stuff about myself that I wasn't privy to prior. But I have no problem doing anything the board deems necessary.
But what I'm trying to ask you is, do you believe that it would be beneficial for you to continue these things?
There's always room for personal growth. Sure, I could do that.
Any other questions? Anything you want to add in support of your petition, Mr. Bass, or?
No, ma'am.
Parties are ready, we can begin with closing statements, starting with you.
I just want to thank the board for the opportunity. Like I just stated, I kind of lost hope that I would get the opportunity. So if nothing else, at least I got. For me, I was telling my wife, regardless of the outcome, I feel like I can, I can move forward. I'll have the closure. I address this legally. I address this with my family, with my friends, and now I can, I've had with the board, with the, regulating authority. It's come full circle.
Thank you, Your Honor. Under Rule 1.2D, 6A through G, the panel must consider the following factors upon a restoration application: the severity of the actions that resulted in the revocation of the license to begin with. Today, we heard what that was. It was diversion of narcotics for a period of 6 to 8 months from his employer that he took while he was at the hospital working. We have to consider the conduct prior to the surrender of the license, his compliance since with restoration requirements, whether he is in violation of any applicable statute now, court order or rule, to consider his rehabilitative efforts, the drug screening, the classes he's taken, to consider his competency to practice nursing, and to lastly consider his ability to safely do so. Thank you.
Please be hearing in case number 2023-0191. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
All right.
Any opposition? Hearing none, I will now entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I will make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return when it is. Back on the record, I will announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0191 involving the licensee, Mr. Eric Bass. The board voted unanimously to grant Mr. Bass's restoration petition, but with conditions. As a preconditions, before you can be issued the restricted license, you have to conference, and I'm not gonna list them all out, conference with a compliance officer, identify a primary physician, establish a, obtain and establish a sponsor and home group, and complete the nurse refresher, complete a nurse refresher course, board approved nurse refresher course. And then there's a $500 fine. Those are the preconditions you must meet to be issued the restricted license. Then you can be successful completion of those preconditions. You will be allowed to obtain the restricted license, and the restrictions will apply. Some will apply for 36 months. Some for only 12 months of that 36-month period. And all of those will be provided to you in a final order. And you should receive that final order within 30 days. And once you get it, you'll see one of the requirements is to also, meet with the compliance officer here, the board's compliance officer. And so any questions you may have about that final order when you receive it, be sure to bring it up in that discussion with her, with that meeting with her. But right now, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
So this concludes the announcement of the decision in that matter. So you may be excused. And again, I want to give you an opportunity. If you have any questions right now, please ask them. But if you don't, then that's it. And you should expect to receive the order granting your restoration petition with conditions in the mail within 30 days.
I'd like to thank the board. Thank y'all.
Good luck. Congratulations. All right, I'll call up the next matter on the docket. Right, case number 2024-0275 involving the licensee, Ms. Chelsea Brown, license number P-330580. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel for this hearing to state your name for the record.
Janie Clanton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN. Carly Walker, LPN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Miss Chelsea Brown, present?
Present.
And Miss Brown, are you represented by counsel? Because you're not represented by counsel, I have a few questions for you. Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you in this matter?
Yes.
And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes.
And do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes.
And understanding all of this and the charges pending against you, you wish to proceed with this hearing without counsel representation?
Yes.
Right. Now, I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony today so that the court reporter can swear you in.
Wanda Jones.
And Ms. Brown, will you give testimony on your behalf today?
Yes.
All right, so now the court reporter will swear you both in.
Right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that B1 through B12 be admitted into evidence. We'd remit those under seal as two. Because they have some patient information just to protect patient private information.
So, Ms. Brown, do you have any objections to the admission of the exhibits offered by board counsel under seal?
No.
The exhibits are admitted into the record for today's hearing. Right. We will proceed as follows. We'll begin with opening statements. Hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. Mr. Walker, if you're ready to begin, we can start with you with your opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Brown is here today because she did not follow the dietary restrictions of a resident on her unit. The resident's diet consisted of pureed nectar, thickened liquids, pudding, and supplements. While passing out evening snacks, Ms. Brown gave the resident a pimento and cheese sandwich, which was not included in the resident's diet. At which point the resident bit the sandwich with the plastic still on it. Another staff member then took the sandwich, removed the plastic, and gave the sandwich back to the resident. As a result, the patient choked and later passed away. Ms. Brown failed to review the resident's meal ticket, which is a standard of practice and is also required by the facility. Negligence is no excuse for the actions of Ms. Brown. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Brown as it sees fit.
All right, Ms. Brown, now this is your opportunity to give your opening statement. Just a brief overview of the evidence you plan to submit, and it's optional, so it's just up to you if you want to give one. So we can do it now.
Well, like you said, I was passing out snacks one night. I did happen to give the resident the sandwich. I was not sure of his diet. He wasn't my regular, resident at that time. Back when I first started, he was my resident, in which, he wasn't on the diet that he was that night. It was an honest mistake. A mistake I wish I could take back, but I can't. So
And now with board counsel's case, and Walker, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Ms. Wanda Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the board?
Tawanda Jones, County of Residency, Rankin County, and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
I've worked for the Board of Nursing for 6 years.
What is it that you do here at the board?
I investigate cases and allegations that come into the board's office.
If you would you turn over the page? Can we pause a second for Your Honor? Let's try this again. Let's start over page 4. Can you tell us what page 4 is?
B3, page 4 is a license verification.
And who's that verification for?
Chelsea Brown.
And when was she first licensed in Mississippi?
Issue date is July 30th, 2015.
What was she licensed as?
A licensed practical nurse.
All right, turn over to page 7 for me, please. Can you, for the record, state what this document is?
Page 7 is the complaint.
And what charges does it list against Ms. Brown?
Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the licensee's care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice.
Does it have any facts listed in that complaint that support those charges?
Yes.
We just kind of read those facts off or sum them up, whatever you prefer.
Okay. On or about May 5th, 2024, the respondent was employed at Rolling Hill in Columbus, Mississippi as an LPN, and she was passing out evening snacks when she gave patient CH a pimento cheese sandwich at approximately 8:48 p.m. Patient CH ordered diet consists of regular pureed nectar thickened liquids, added pudding with supper and 8-ounce house supplement by mouth, and 4 ounces of at med pass. Patient CH immediately bit into the sandwich, consuming the plastic wrapper which contained the sandwich. The DSP immediately took the sandwich and removed the sandwich and wrapper from the patient's mouth, and then returned the sandwich to the patient after removing the plastic wrapper. Patient CH then proceeded to eat the sandwich and he began to choke. The respondent attempted to perform the Heimlich on the patient and called for assistance. The patient went to the floor and staff performed CPR and attempted suction of the patient. EMS was called and assumed care of the patient upon arrival. Patient was transported to OCH in Starkville, where the patient was reported deceased at 10:05 p.m.
Thank you, ma'am. If you will, we turn over to page 24 for me. Can you just identify what that is right there without reading the patient's name?
This is a admission record for the resident at Rolling Hill.
And is this his support plan essentially?
Yes,
And it's for the patient that was named in the complaint?
yes.
If you look on page 25 at the bottom of it, do you see where the diet is right there?
Yes, on the bottom of page 25, the diet is listed.
What does it say the diet is?
Pureed nectar liquids, apple juice plus pudding with dinner, flavored milk, high-calorie snack at night, and a 4-ounce house supplement at med pass, breakfast and night.
Does it mention anything about having a pimento cheese sandwich?
No.
We will turn over back, let's go back to, I think it's B9. It's on page 19. Can you state what this is for the record?
B9 is the policy regarding program nursing and dietary for the facility.
Okay, is this the facility that the resident was at?
Yes.
What does it say about the meal ticket and what must be done on that page?
That bullet states that staff must read the meal ticket to ensure the resident is getting the proper diet. Make sure that the resident is not getting something that is not allowed on their diet and portion size is correct. Keep reading.
Yes, ma'am.
The meal ticket should have all of the information on it for you to read and follow. Example, no seconds, food allergies, portion size, no added salt, reduced concentrated sugar, chopped meat, puree food, bite-sized portions.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back a few more pages to page 11. We state for the record what that is.
B6, page 11 is a incident report.
And
for
does
the
it,
resident.
is it the same facility we just looked at the policy for?
Yes,
What type of incident does it say is being reported?
resident death.
And this is the same, resident that we just looked at the diet plan for a few minutes ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
In that description on that page, what does it say that Ms. Brown did? If you can kind of read that. It says brief description. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, we read that, please.
Between 8 PM and 9 PM, LPN Chelsea Brown gave the client a sandwich snack. The client began to choke. And the removal of the sandwich and the Heimlich maneuver and suction was performed. EMS took over when arrived at the scene and reported deceased by the hospital at 22:05, and an in-house investigation was started.
Okay, thank you. Flip over a page to page 12. At the top of that page, can you tell us if it says how long that resident had been at the facility?
Yes, he'd been at the facility for 15 years.
And do you see at the bottom of that page, it talks about reviewing video of the footage of the incident on page 12. It's kind of about 5 lines up.
Okay,
You see that? It
Yes.
says this,
see.
you see, can you start reading right there?
Okay, this CIDP reviewed footage of the incident and obtained witness statements from the involved staff. Staff reported that they were sitting on Sunset Hall when Nurse Chelsea asked if they wanted to give CH a snack. Staff member Josh Robinson replied yes, and Chelsea proceeded to give CH a wrapped pimento cheese sandwich. Staff member Jerron Rice, who was on Sunset at that time, noticed that Corey bit into the plastic and alerted Josh, who immediately took the sandwich from Corey and reached in his mouth, removing as much plastic and sandwich as he could see. The sandwich was then opened for CH to continue eating. Josh then leaves the hall, Sunset Hall, to go wash his hands. Keep going.
Yeah, a few more.
He returned, excuse me, he returned to be alerted that Corey was choking. After reviewing footage, this QIDP confirmed that at 8:48 PM and on 3/5/24, Nurse Chelsea Brown appears to give CH a sandwich.
Sorry, go ahead.
A sandwich wrapped in plastic.
Thank you. Sorry. So after he gave him the sandwich, or after she gave the patient the sandwich, so another staff member took it from him, then gave it back to him, and then the resident choked. Is that what was said in that they viewed?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at page 52. Can you identify this for the record, Ms. Jones?
Page 52 is a witness statement from Josh Robinson.
And who is Mr. Robinson?
Mr. Robinson was a DSP worker at Rolling Hills.
Is this the one that removed the plastic and the sandwich from his mouth?
Yes.
Okay. We read that statement and I'll stop you when he talks about washing with his hands.
Okay. I was sitting on the hall and the nurse Chelsea walked down and asked, did I want to give CH a snack? I said, sure. She proceeded to hand him a snack. I looked up to see what she gave him because I knew I would have to feed it to him. And a staff, Jerron, stated he biting the plastic. So I jumped up and grabbed the snack, realizing it was a pimento cheese sandwich. I reached in his mouth and removed as much plastic and sandwich that I seen, then proceeded to open it for him. And after that, I seen he was good. I told my coworker that I was going to wash the
You can
slop.
stop. That's
Okay,
fine. Thank you. So according to Mr. Robinson, he had removed the plastic from the sandwich and then gave it back to him. Is that right?
yes.
All right, let's look at page 56. That,
Okay.
can you state for the record what this is?
Page 56 is a witness statement from Chelsea Brown.
Okay, and does she say in that statement that she gave the resident the sandwich?
Yes,
And was the sandwich still in the plastic?
yes,
Does she mention whether or not she reviewed his meal plan?
no,
And does she also say how the plastic was removed from that sandwich?
yes.
How was that?
Another worker opened his mouth and removed as much of the plastic and sandwiches that he could.
And according to Mr. Brown's statement, what happened after that sandwich was given back to the resident?
The resident proceeded to eat the sandwich and then he started to choke.
Does she mention any measures that were taken to try and help the patient?
Yes, she performed the Heimlich maneuver from behind on the resident and proceeded to call for help.
Okay, let's look over page 62. It's the last page. Okay, can you tell us what this statement is?
This is a statement that Chelsea Brown gave to me.
Okay, and in her statement, does she say whether this was her patient or a regular patient, I should say?
She said that this was not her regular patient, but he was on her unit.
Okay, he'd been there for 15 years, we already established, correct?
Yes,
In this statement, what does she say about her knowledge of the diet that the resident was on?
she says she was not completely sure of his diet.
In that policy we looked at for the facility, did it say that the staff members must ensure that the resident's diet was reviewed?
Yes, that's part of the policy.
And so according to her own statement, did she do what she should have done?
No,
And just so we have it all, she initially gave the sandwich, another staff member took it and then gave it back. Is that right?
that's correct.
And then that resident choked.
Yes.
And if you look back at page 15, and you may not need to, do you remember what the facility did regarding her employment?
The Miss Brown was terminated.
I have no further questions, John.
Right, Ms. Brown, if you have some confirmation for Ms. Jones, you can ask. those questions now. Any members of the hearing panel have questions for Ms. Jones? No question from the hearing panel either.
I attend to the witness, Your Honor, state rep.
So Ms. Brown, the state has rested, so now is your opportunity to present your case.
What do you mean by that? Just,
Just what you want to share with the board about
well, like I said, it was an honest mistake. I do realize that I was negligent on my part. It's not a day that goes by that I don't regret what I did and think about every day what I did. And if I could bring him back, I would. It was an honest mistake.
board council may have some questions for you, and then the hearing panel may have some questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Brown, where are you currently working?
Vineyard Court Nursing Home in Columbus,
How long have you been there?
just a couple of months.
You said this was a nursing home?
Yes,
Where were you at before that?
Rolling Hills,
And how long were you at Rolling Hills?
8 years.
What about before Rolling Hills?
I didn't work
That was,
in,
that was it. Is that when were you first licensed? Let me back up, I apologize.
in 2015.
So you worked at, was this, I don't want to say long-term care, but it kind of seems that way. Long-term care facilities, is that kind of what you've done?
Yes,
Have you had any issues, before that?
no,
Or at any other facilities?
no,
Does, Vineyard Court know about the incident at Rolling Hills?
not that I know of.
So you said what earlier, I think when in your opening, you said that he wasn't your patient at the time. Is that
No.
correct?
No,
He was before?
yes, back when I first started.
Well, and I think you mentioned his diet was different. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes, it was.
What was it?
I don't like know the exact diet, but I know he was eating like pimento cheese sandwiches. He was eating like solid foods.
So did you, and let me just, I just want to make sure I understand, because from what I have and what I've seen, you were passing out snacks down the hall. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
So were you reviewing all, how did that work? Did you review any of their dietary restrictions, or were you just asking who needed snacks?
Well, I was just giving my resident snacks and I seen that, he was still up, walking around, just seemed kind of agitated. So, I just thought, maybe giving him a snack, he would kind of calm down and go on to bed.
What can you kind of tell us about what happened on that day? Just that
Yeah.
you were given your
Yeah, I
resident,
was just passing out, the night snacks before I left.
were you aware that you should be checking, or that it's kind of, maybe I shouldn't, let me reword this. Is it a standard practice to review a resident's diet before giving them any food?
Yes,
And were you aware of that?
yes.
Do you think, how many other residents did you give snacks to that evening?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Like I said, I was really just doing, my side of the hall. My,
Could that have happened to another patient or resident, I should say? Do you think if it was, they got something that they should not have had?
possibly.
Do you think that by giving that resident a sandwich initially, and I understand that somebody else gave it back, but do you think it was your responsibility to make sure that that resident had what he was supposed to have and not what he shouldn't?
Yes.
I don't have any other further questions.
All right, the hearing panel may have some questions for you now.
So, Ms. Brown, just based on the evidence B9, their policy and procedure, I'm curious, because on there, it has a ticket with it that dictates what diet they have. Did any
What-
of these snacks include a meal ticket as that evidence shows?
Well, they all have a name on them, and then they sometimes send out extra snacks that don't have a name on them. Like it doesn't have like the certain diet, it just has their names on it.
Additional questions? Follow up from you, Ms. Brown, before we begin with closing statements.
No, thank you.
Okay, we'll start now with closing statements, beginning with, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse if that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Brown's actions led to the death of a resident at the facility where she worked. She failed to practice nursing in a manner that meets acceptable standards of practice. This is clearly inconsistent with the health and safety of the resident. Considering the evidence that was presented today, including her testimony, we respectfully ask the board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Brown. Thank you.
This is your opportunity to give your closing statement.
All I can do is pray that I'm shown mercy. I don't feel like I'm a bad nurse. I love nursing. Like I said, it was a mistake on my part. I should have made sure of what his diet was. And all I can do is pray that I'm shown mercy. And I hope that I do continue to be.
This concludes the hearing in case number 2024-0275 involving the licensee, Ms. Chelsea Brown. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make the motion.
A second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. Back on the record, I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0275 involving the licensee, Ms. Chelsea Brown, license number P-330580. The board finds unanimously the licensee, Ms. Brown, is guilty of both charges. The penalty imposed is a formal reprimand, a $500 fine, and 2 courses. One course is titled Upholding the Standard. The second, Bringing the Nurse Scope to Bringing the Nurse Scope and Standards to Life. There's a part 1 and a part 2, and then Putting the Nurse Scope and Standards into Practice. And, this concludes the announcement. Oh, I'm sorry. And also, lastly, the licensee must notify each present employer in nursing and present each with a complete copy of the final order when you receive it within 5 days of receipt of the order. So you should receive this order within 30 days. And when you get it, there's a compliance officer here with the board that you can speak with if you have any questions about it. But those are the requirements under that order: the formal reprimand, the $500 fine, the courses, and then to notify each present employer that you have, provide them with a copy of the order. And this concludes the announcement of the board's decision in this matter. You have any questions?
No,
Did you understand everything? You're gonna get it in writing, but
y'all did. Thank y'all so much.
Dunlap.
all right, I'll call up the next matter on the docket, case number 2023-1212. The licensee is Ms. Tiana Dunlap, Tennessee license number 100690.
Yes, Your Honor, we're here today on her privilege to practice in Mississippi. We can't take discipline on her Tennessee license, but we're here on her privilege to practice that arises out of her Tennessee license.
I am Kristen Love, the designated hearing officer. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this matter to state the names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN. Shane Clinton, RN. Carly Walker, LPN.
Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Dunlap, present?
No, Your Honor.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B9 be admitted into evidence today on behalf of the board.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any testifying witnesses that need to be sworn in by the court reporter?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call investigator Tawanda Jones.
Ms. Jones, the court reporter will swear you in now.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Today, Mrs. Dunlap is being charged with discipline on her privilege to practice that arises from a multi-state licensure in Tennessee, with Tennessee being her home state. Today, the panel will be shown evidence that on December 20th, 2023, while she was working in Mississippi on her privilege to practice, Mrs. Dunlap was asked to submit to a reasonable cause drug screen. She submitted to the screen, but provided a cold specimen that registered 70 degrees Fahrenheit and that appeared to be diluted in color. She then admitted to the facility that she tampered with the specimen by mixing urine with water. Thank you. The board calls investigator Tawanda Jones. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Tawanda Jones, Rankin County, and the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
6 years,
And what position do you have with the board?
investigator.
Is it part of your duty to investigate complaints that are received by this board relating to those individuals it licenses?
Yes.
And if you would turn to Exhibit B2 of what's been introduced into evidence today on page 2 and identify what that document is, please.
Exhibit B2 is a license verification for a Tennessee license for Ms. Dunlap.
And what is her license number in Tennessee?
Her license number in Tennessee is 100690.
And what was the issue date of that license in Tennessee?
Issue date is October 4th, 2023,
And when does it currently expire?
November 30th, 2025.
And is she currently licensed?
Yes.
And what type of multi-state licensure does she have in Tennessee?
She has a multi-state.
You would please turn to Exhibit B4, that's on page 4, and identify that document, please.
B4 is a notice of hearing for Ms. Dunlap.
When was this notice of hearing sent out?
The date on the letter is February 22nd, 2022.
And when did it notice a hearing in this matter?
The hearing date is Thursday, June 6th, 2024.
And is Ms. Dunlap present today?
No,
Has this office heard anything from Mrs. Dunlap asking that this matter be continued or requesting to be excused from attendance?
no.
And if you would, let's look at page 5 of Exhibit B4, and could you identify that for us as well?
Page 5 is the complaint.
And what is Ms. Dunlap charged with today?
Charge 1 is the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substance, as evident by submission of diluted, adulterated, or substituted specimen for testing in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820 R 1.2 F5.
And if you would, just, you could summarize if you want, or you can read it to us, whatever's easier for you, what the additional facts listed in that complaint are to support these charges.
Okay, the facts in the case is that the respondent was asked for a drug screen because they thought she was involved with marijuana. So the respondent agreed to take the drug screen, and she went in the restroom and she came out, she flushed the toilet before opening the door. She came out with a specimen, and the specimen's temperature was 70 degrees.
And what happened when she was questioned at the facility?
When she was questioned at the facility, she admitted to tampering with the specimen and mixing the urine with toilet water.
If you would, please turn to page 6 and tell us when this complaint was filed.
The complaint was filed on February 22nd, 2024.
And if you would look at page 7 as well, did she receive this via certified mail?
It was returned, unable to forward.
And then if you would turn to page 8, what did the board do after it was unable to serve her via certified mail?
And the defendant was published in the local newspaper.
And what were the publication dates?
Publication dates were May 1st, 2024, May 8th, 2024, May 15th, 2024.
And in what newspaper was she published?
The Commercial Appeal in the city of Memphis.
And did this respondent in fact have a Memphis address listed with the Board of Nursing in her gateway?
Yes,
And if you would look at the legal notice on page 9 for this publication, what does it order Mrs. Dunlap to do?
you are summoned to appear before the Mississippi Board of Nursing on June 6th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
And again, is that today's date?
Yes.
And she's not present?
Yes.
And if you would, please turn to page 10, and that is on, as Exhibit B5, and identify that document, please.
Exhibit B5 is a statement given by the administrator of the facility where the nurse worked.
And where was she working at the time of this alleged event?
DeSoto Pediatric Extended Care.
And so just so we're clear, she was working on her home state license, correct?
Correct.
And under the nurse license compact, the home state license is what?
Tennessee,
And Mississippi would be a what state?
party state.
So the other states that are under the compact are called party states, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So she was here on her privilege to practice that arose from her multi-state licensure in Tennessee under the
Yes.
compact.
Yes.
And if you would, look at Exhibit B6, page 11, and tell us what that document is.
B6 is an employee drug screen,
And what's the date of this drug screen?
12/20/2023.
And what's the employee name listed there?
Tiana Dunlap.
And did the administrator, or director of nursing sign this?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell me what the result was for the drug screen that Ms. Dunlap gave?
It says inconclusive, see note below. Do you want me to read it?
Yes, what was the note?
Employee tampered with drug by diluting it with toilet water. Drug screen could not show the results.
And if you could go back just to B5 for a second, and we're not going to read that entire statement. I believe you previously indicated that it was from the administrator. How did she respond when she was questioned about the toilet water being 70 degrees?
She said, Tiana, for the second time, they're asking her, did you add toilet water to the sample before giving it to me? She replied, yes.
And if you would, turn to B7, that's on page 12, and identify that document, please.
B7 is an employee termination report from Dunlap.
And what were her dates of employment at DeSoto Pediatric Extended Care?
Her dates of employment are 12/11/2023 to 12/20/2023.
Okay, and was her separation voluntary or involuntary?
Involuntary discharge.
And what factors are listed related to the termination there?
One was violating the policy for going across the street without clocking out, not providing an excuse for being late on 12/19/23, and tampering with random drug screen by adding toilet water. And the sample was 70 degrees.
And if you would, it's under the section that says, did the employee make any particular comments? What were those comments?
Noted under that section, it says admitted to adding toilet water to urine specimen.
And if you would, please turn to page 13, Exhibit B8, and identify that document.
This is a witness statement by one of the nurses there at the facility.
Could you just read us that statement?
I, Isabella Patterson, was called to be a witness on 12/20/23 concerning a random drug test to be completed by Tiana Dunlap. Upon informing Ms. Dunlap of the drug screen and receiving her verbal consent, myself and Stephanie Arnold, administrator, followed Ms. Dunlap to the restroom where Ms. Dunlap was given a specimen cup. Once the specimen was obtained and handed to Ms. Arnold, it was noted by Ms. Arnold and myself that the urine specimen appeared to be diluted in color and cold. Upon obtaining a temperature immediately, the urine was noted to be 70 degrees. The drug screening was unable to result in inconclusive due to the nature of the specimen. When Ms. Tiana Dunlap was questioned on why the sample appeared to be tampered with, Ms. Tiana admitted to diluting the urine sample with toilet water to both Ms. Arnold and myself, and it is signed by Ms. Patterson.
Do you know if it would be unusual for an individual to give an immediate urine specimen and it be 70 degrees Fahrenheit?
No.
Do you know if typically the urine specimen that's given is in line with body temperature?
Yes.
Body temperature usually is in the 98 range.
Yes.
And if you would, lastly, did the investigator with the board obtain a statement from Mrs. Dunlap related to this event?
Yes, I obtained a statement from her.
So this is your statement that this is a statement she provided to you as the investigator.
Yes.
If you would, please turn to page 14, Exhibit B9, and identify that document.
This is a statement that Ms. Dunlap emailed to me.
On what date?
It was emailed on January 18th, 2024.
And you could summarize the statement if you want. What was her statement related to this event?
Well, she's denying that she diluted the the urine sample in this statement, and she talked about them speculating the marijuana, and she wasn't saying that they could not identify that that was the wrong temperature for that particular specimen.
But in the other two statements you obtained during your investigation, both from Patterson and Arnold, Mrs. Dunlap had admitted to adding toilet water, is that correct?
That's correct. To the facility, she admitted to diluting the sample.
And the facility took the temperature of that specimen, it was 70 degrees.
Correct.
And the specimen was returned as inconclusive because of the temperature, is that correct?
Yes.
They were unable to get a sample.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, any questions from the hearing panel for Ms. Jones? All right, over.
Briefly, Your Honor, that's permissible. Pursuant to 73-15-201, Article 5A1, and that's under the Nurse License Compact. This board, in addition to the other powers conferred by state law, which is 73-15-29-1 and 2, a licensing board shall have the authority to take adverse action against a nurse's multi-state licensure privilege to practice within that party state. Today, what we are asking is that you take discipline against the license of against the privilege to practice against Mrs. Dunlap in the state of Mississippi. As a party state, we cannot take discipline on the home state license in Tennessee, but we can implement discipline related to her privilege to practice in our state. And that's what the board is requesting today. Mrs. Dunlap was working in Mississippi on her privilege to practice arising from her Tennessee nursing license. Tennessee is the home state and Mississippi is the party state under that compact. While working in Mississippi, she was asked to submit to a drug screen. She agreed to do it, but then submitted a diluted sample that had a temperature of 70 degrees Fahrenheit, much lower than her body temperature. And though she admitted at the time she diluted the screen with toilet water to 2 employees at the facility, when she was contacted by our board investigator, she denied that she tampered with the specimen. Under the compact, the board may take action on the privilege to practice of a nurse working within this state on her multi-state license. And I'd ask you today to take action on that nurse's privilege to practice. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing in case number 2023-1212 involving the licensee, Ms. Tiana Dunlap. We can proceed with the next matter on the docket, case number 2022-0300 involving the licensee, Ms. Jennifer Clark, license number R-855220 EMP.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I am Kristen Love, the designated hearing officer for this matter. At this time, I ask the members of the board hearing panel to state your names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN. Jamie Clinton, RN.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Saltzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Jennifer Clark, present?
No, Your Honor.
Are there any preliminary matters?
There's a couple, Your Honor. I would first request that we be allowed to introduce exhibits B1 through B11 into evidence today.
Those are admitted.
I further would add as exhibit B12, this is email documentation between Mrs. Clark and her attorney related to today's hearing. And I believe we're going to call Dr. Cagle and we will discuss notice and those type of things. But I would also ask that if there's no objection, this be marked as exhibit B12 as well, which documents those documentations relating to notice of hearing.
Right, so B13 is admitted into the record.
Be B12, I believe.
Are there any testifying witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. The board plans to call Dr. Rebecca Cagle.
Right, Ms. Cagle, the court reporter will swear you in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Ms. Austin, have you,
I believe that email chain goes from the back to front.
but yeah, it appears y'all's last communication, your last communication with the attorney for, Ms. Clark was on June 3rd.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's from you to her.
Yes, Your Honor. Reminding her of today's hearing. And providing updated disclosure documents.
It appears to me here that, Ms. Clark's attorney, Diane Herman Ellis of the Ellis Law Firm, PLLC in Gulfport, Mississippi, entered an appearance on March 29th, 2024.
Yes, Your Honor. She initially requested a continuance of a matter that was going to be taken up by the board in April. But the hearing date was scheduled in June. You'll see from those email communications, I clarified that she did not want a continuance of the June hearing. She wanted to withdraw a matter that was going to be considered by the board at the April hearing.
Is there a copy of her appearance in the exhibits that have been admitted into today's record?
Yes, Your Honor. Her letter of representation is contained within Exhibit B5. On pages 13 through 15.
Hmm.
I may, Your Honor. I believe the evidence today will show that the respondent received notice of the hearing. Originally executed a document with the board, then obtained counsel, and that counsel requested that matter be removed from the docket in April. But the original hearing date was always June, and there was never a continuance of the June hearing date. And not only did I follow up on June 3rd, I previously sent original disclosure in April and then sent second disclosure on June 3rd. That was updated disclosure documents, along with my witness for this hearing, to both that attorney and to her paralegal.
Yeah, I think it's, I guess what's, giving me pause is the, communications related to the continuance and ASP kind of all, grouped into this email message, but so she had two separate, cases? Or this?
No, Your Honor. She had
Except for June, but then there was an ASP to be considered.
in April that she subsequently withdrew from consideration from the April docket through her counsel.
Have you attempted to, contact her attorney today by phone?
Today while I've been in hearings, no, Your Honor. We've been in hearings all week. I just looked at my email. I don't have a voicemail message from her or any emails from her. I mean, to be honest, my reminder was my June 3rd communication with her. She's always communicated with me through email. No, she did. I mean, you see in the email that there's no continuance that's requested by the attorney of this hearing date.
Yeah, I don't know if the email is clear. It wasn't to me initially, but I'm reading it now, it's getting clearer. But, so that's why I don't know if, well,
I can read the email into the record if you would like me to do so.
yeah, so it's like the March 29th email from her to you requesting a continuance. And then to hear you say that it's always been set for June, it's like, was she seeking a continuance of the June hearing when she emailed you on March 29th?
I
You don't think
think,
so?
Your Honor, if you, let me put it up. Okay, if you would look at exhibit, it's in B5, it's her motion to continue on page 13 through 15 that we received on April the 1st, 2024 at the Board of Nursing. Let me know when you get to page just 13 through 15.
Right.
So this was her notice of appearance, motion for discovery, and motion to continue. And if you look at paragraph 3, it says, this matter is set for the 9th day of April, 2024. Undersigned counsel has recently been retained and has a conflict. Specifically, undersigned counsel's daughter is getting married in Oklahoma on April the 8th, 2024, and counsel will be in Oklahoma from March 31st through April 11th, 2024. In response to receiving that, I began sending the email communications that you have in front of you, which initially said, I am confused. This matter is set in June, although she did execute an agreed settlement that she wanted taken up by the board in April. Are you asking and withdrawing the agreed settlement? The attorney confirmed that she was not requesting a continuance in that email and that she just wanted the ASP withdrawn.
So the matter was originally set.
It's always been set for today. If you look at,
So this was a mistake in her notice of continuance, you mean?
No, the notice of continuance is
That's my
requesting,
request for continuance, where she said this matter is set, paragraph 3. This matter is set for the 9th of April, 2024. Doesn't appear that, the attorney's, motion for continuance, reference a June, 6th date.
right, which is why in the emails, I went back and said, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I know she has an ASP that's being taken up by the board on April the 9th, but her hearing is in June 6th. It says it in my email. And also, Mrs. Clark signed for and received notice, as you'll see on pages 11 and 12 of this June hearing date. She signed on February 22nd, 2024 for this. She reached out. She initially requested consideration of an ASP. She later retained counsel. Counsel entered an appearance, asked the ASP be withdrawn, but never requested a continuance of the actual hearing date. And in that email, I confirmed the hearing date was on June the 6th, 2024.
Was this a typo in the motion?
I don't think it's a typo. I think she was trying to say she did not want the ASP to go forward on April the 9th because she was going to be out of town. So I did withdraw it from consideration based on our email communication that you see there, Exhibit B12. And Your Honor, I don't know what the first day of disclosure was. It was in April, but that also contained the notice of hearing as well as her client's signature on the email chain that you see where I say attached, please find disclosure. So the first disclosure had this documentation. The updated disclosure had this documentation. I reminded her again on June 3rd that the hearing was set in July. I mean, in June, not July. I hope I didn't say that.
So the motion for continuance, was it ever officially dealt with? Just you basically, sort of responded to it by removing it from the docket, the ASP, is that it?
I wouldn't say I sort of responded. We
is that-
communicated back and forth because she was at a wedding in April and she did not want the ASP to be considered. She wanted it removed from the docket and I told her I would remove it and I did. And then I've reminded her twice in the email chain, in addition to the disclosure documents that were provided twice in the last 2 months. I said in the emails, she had the June hearing date and she's never requested the June hearing date be moved. The only request made for continuance related to April. And the only matter that was on the docket in April was an agreed settlement proposal that she previously executed. That's why I immediately reached out and said, I'm agreeable to continuance, but I don't understand, are you just wanting the ASP moved? Are you wanting, and so she responded back, at least that's my interpretation of the emails, that she wanted the ASP withdrawn from the docket.
Any of your communications with, Attorney Ellis, did she ever acknowledge to you the June hearing date? Today's They
I
doesn't,
believe she said that is correct in
as far
response.
as you removing, her desire to remove the, ASP from the
I don't-
paper docket.
I don't have it in front of me, but I have another copy.
We're gonna take a brief, 10-minute recess and return back on the record at, 11:28. We are back on the record. We took a brief recess. The undersigned needed that recess, and so I appreciate you all for that. We are back on the record. And we were dealing initially, before we went in recess, we were dealing with the preliminary matters. For me, as a preliminary matter, I guess, I don't know your preference, Ms. Saltzman, but I would like to, get in the record before we begin, the notice that was provided to, the licensee, Ms. Jennifer Clark. So if you want me to ask, Ms. Cagle those questions, or if you wanna state it, because this is just, I mean, like I said, we are still dealing with preliminary matters. You can let me know your preference, or if you want to ask her.
I probably, I guess I could answer, or Dr. Cagle could as
Yes,
well.
yes, just yes, the notice provided to, the licensee and her attorney.
Yeah, B5 is a notice, date February 20th, 2024, certified mail to Jennifer Clark. Notice of Thursday, June 6th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. Present to the Board of Nursing to answer the charges.
And, the certified mail, was that,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't remember. Was she sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, page 11, the certified mail was signed by Ms. Clark on the 22nd of February, 2024 at her address in Long Beach, Mississippi.
delivery tracking, not that it,
Yes, the U.S. Postal Service tracking is right behind that, and page 12. It was delivered, left with the individual who had signed for it at 11:33 a.m. on the 22nd of February, 2024.
all right, as a preliminary matter, it appears that, Ms. Clark received statutory notice of this hearing. Also, there are email communications, from board counsel to, the attorney that entered an appearance on behalf of the licensee, that also reference the June hearing date and the, and also provided, general counsel also disclosed, certain documents that she planned to have introduced into evidence on this hearing date. And so, it appears that, the licensee received statutory notice of the hearing, and also, her attorney, the communications from general counsel, about the, hearing that was noted, statutory noticed for this June 6, 2024 date. So, we will proceed, with the hearing in, the licensee's absence. Councilman, are there any other preliminary matters?
Yeah, Your Honor.
May call your first witness.
The board calls Rebecca Cagle. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment.
Rebecca Cagle, Oktibbeha County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since September 2022.
And what-
almost 2 years.
Sorry, and what position do you hold with the Board of Nursing?
The Director of Advanced Practice and Licensure.
And what is your educational background?
I have been a nurse since 1984 as an LPN. I've received a PhD in nursing, a DNP in nursing. I'm a family mental health nurse practitioner as well.
And what are your job duties in your current role with the Board of Nursing?
Oversee licensure of all of the licensees in Mississippi, as well as assist with APRN investigations.
And prior to the hearing that we're here about today, have you reviewed the evidence in this case?
Yes,
And if you would turn to Exhibit B3, and I think we may have walked through some of these previously, but could you identify what that document is?
this is a license verification for Jennifer Clark,
And what's her license number?
855220 as a nurse practitioner.
And is that status active?
Yes,
And when was she first issued the nurse practitioner license?
September 27th, 2010,
And when does it expire?
December 31st of this year.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B5, page 8, and identify that document.
This is, as we mentioned earlier, the certified letter that went to Miss Jennifer Clark in February 20th, 2024, of notice of this hearing date on June 6th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
And if you would look at page 9 and identify that document.
This is the complaint against Miss Jennifer Clark.
And what are the charges listed in this complaint?
Okay, there are 3 charges. Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Namely, the APRN shall practice according to standards and guidelines of the National Certification Organization from which he or she is certified pursuant to 30 Mississippi Animated Code, Part 2840R.1.4A and or. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Namely, the APRN must maintain documentation of current national certification as an APRN in a designated area of practice by a national certification organization recognized by the board pursuant to 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2840R.1.2B5 and or. Charge 3 is the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely practicing nursing in this state without a current active Mississippi license, privilege to practice or permit, or while the license, privilege, or permit is revoked in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820R.1.2.
And what additional facts are listed in this complaint in support of those charges?
Okay, the APRN must maintain documentation of a current national certification as an APRN in a designated area of practice by a national certification organization recognized by the board. In this case, there was a lapse in national certification. The APRN must notify the Board of Nursing. The APRN must stop practicing immediately until such time as the national certification is renewed. Between May 9th, 2019 and April 10th, 2022, the respondent was employed full-time as a nurse practitioner at Memorial Hospital in Gulfport, Mississippi. During this time, the respondent worked a total of 5,683 hours without the requisite ANCC national certification. Her certification had lapsed for almost 3 years.
And would you, looking at page 10, please tell us when this complaint was filed?
20th day of February, 2024.
Thank you. And again, on page 11, could you identify what that document is, please?
The certified tracking and signature of the respondent receiving individually the signing for the notice.
And is that Mrs. Clark's name that's signed there?
Yes,
And is it dated February 22nd, 2024?
it is in her home in Long Beach,
And
Mississippi.
what address was that sent to?
Don Ray Road, Apartment C, Long Beach, Mississippi, 152, and it's kind of a spur on it.
And if you would, go back to Exhibit B2. That's on page 2. Could you tell us what this document is?
B2 is information on licensure and certifications, showing a nurse practitioner, single state from September 27th, 2010, and then a registered nurse, single state from March 4th, 1997.
And more specifically, what is this document? Does it come from the Nurses Gateway?
Yes,
Okay, and is there an address on this document?
right, 152 via Don Ray Road, Apartment C, Long Beach, Mississippi.
And is this the address that Mrs. Clark lists in the gateway? Who lists the address in the gateway?
Yes, Jennifer Clark,
So this is the address she has in the board's gateway.
under her primary address, is what's listed.
And is that where this was sent on page 11, the certified mail?
It was.
And on page 12, if you would, what is that document again?
The tracking from the U.S. Postal Service showing that she signed at 11:33 a.m. on February 22nd in Long Beach at that address.
And is that USPS tracking date match the one that you sent on page 11 where she hand signed?
Yes,
And if you would, please turn to page 13 and identify this document, please.
this is a notice of appearance, motion for discovery and motion to continue,
And when was this received by the Board of Nursing?
April 1st, 2024.
If you would, let's go to Exhibit B6. Well, let's go back. Sorry, let's go back to the document you previously noticed. Called Notice of Appearance, Motion for Discovery, and Motion for Continuance. If you would, please look at 3 and tell us what was requested to be continued there.
This matter is set for the 9th day of April, 2024. Undersigned counsel has recently been retained and has a conflict. Specifically, undersigned counsel's daughter is getting married in Oklahoma on April 8th, 2024, and counsel will be in Oklahoma from March 31st through April 11th, 2024.
Thank you. And if you would please go to Exhibit B6, page 16, and identify that document, please.
This is from the ANCC. This is verification of the recertification of Jennifer Clark.
For what dates?
The certification dates are May 9th, 2014 to May 8th, 2019. The original was from May 9th, 2009.
So this certification was from May 9th, 2014 to May 8th, 2019.
Right.
If you would, please look at Exhibit B7 and identify what that document is.
This appears to be employee clocking in and clocking out schedule, several pages of those.
And is that for the respondent schedule?
Yes,
And if you would, just look at that first line on page 17. What was the first day it shows her working?
the date January 11th, 2019. And then May 10th, 2019. Below that is the first clocking that I'm showing it.
And if you turn to the back of this report, there's numerous days in between May the 10th, 2019 and April of 2022, is there not?
Right. April 9th, 2022 seems to be the last clocking on that last line.
And how many hours did the respondent work, Mrs. Clark,
It was 5,900.
without national certification?
5,900.
It's on page 48.
Oh, 5,683.
So she did not have national certification when she worked at Memorial Hospital in Gulfport from May 9th, 2019 through April the 10th, 2022. You would turn to Exhibit B8 and identify this document, please. It's on 49.
Seems to be an email from the email of Memorial Hospital from Kristen N. Spear. Jennifer Clark has been employed full-time at Memorial Hospital at Gulfport since December 30th, 1996, originally as an RN and currently as a family nurse practitioner. She has remained employed full-time while her board certification lapsed. Total hours worked from May 9th, 2019 until April 10th, 2022 were 5,683 documented attached, so the timesheet.
And did she send this to, who did she send this email to?
Tina Highfield,
And who is that?
she was the Director of Advanced Practice and Licensure directly before me.
So Ms. Spear notified the board of this
She notified the board,
in April 13th, 2022.
yes. The email was sent on April the 13th at 11:46 a.m.
And if you would, please turn to pages 50 and 51
Okay,
and identify this document, please.
it seems to be an email back from,
Let's go to the bottom of this page and start with the,
Okay.
and go in chronological order.
okay. It is an email from Ms. Clark or Ms. Jen regarding Ms. Jennifer Clark to Tina and the Board of Nursing. I sincerely apologize for not renewing my ANCC licensure. I truly thought I had done so. In retrospect, I realize now that I forgot to do so. My mother passed away unexpectedly. She was diagnosed with metastatic cancer and died within 2 weeks. Then COVID struck and I worked on the front line from day one. I value my career. I'm also the primary source of income in my household. I would never have knowingly jeopardized my career in any way. I have kept up with the CEUs, which should show that I take my job seriously and truly forgot. I take responsibility for my actions and ask that you please allow me to retake my boards and continue to do the job that I love so very much. I have worked for Memorial Hospital at Gulfport for over 25 years. I started out as an ER RN until I was able to obtain my nurse practitioner licensure, and it was signed, or Jennifer Clark.
And if you would, what was Mrs. Highfield's response?
Okay, she thanked her and said, thank you for the follow-up communication. Please keep me up to date with the date you are sitting to reboard and the outcome. Once we have the passing of boards, I will assist you with the reactivation process. Right now, that is blocked until you pass boards.
And do you know if Mrs. Clark has since gotten her certification or been recertified?
She did. She took the boards and was able to pass. The new certification dates were April 26th, 2022, and will be current through April 25th of 2027.
And is that on exhibit B10?
Yes, Big 10.
And if you would though, let's look back at exhibit B11, page 53. Can you tell me what this document is?
This is a copy of a DEA licensure for Jennifer Clark listed at Memorial Hospital at Gulfport. The issue date was July 29th of 2020, and this one would have expired last year on the 31st of August, 2023.
Did Mrs. Clark have national certification for her APRN license at the time she received this DEA registration in July of 2020?
She did not. Certification had lapsed in 2019. The next year when DEA would have been lapsing, she did renew her DEA with a lapsed ANCC, Family Nurse Practitioner certificate.
Would you tell the board panel why it's important to have national certification as an APRN and what the difference is in the CC licensure certification versus what's the other one? Or just tell us the difference.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, in Mississippi, national certification as an APRN, be that a nurse practitioner, nurse midwife, or CRNA, must have a national certification current in order to be licensed. So if you do not have a current national certification, in essence, you're not licensed as an APRN and you cannot practice as an APRN. As I read earlier, you must quit work immediately until that certification can be reestablished. Sometimes that can be reestablished through a renewal. They have a time period where you can renew even if it's lapsed a little bit. But in this case, she did have to retest. She was not within what the ANCC would allow you to renew.
How does the lack of certification, how can it impact billing?
Well, in order to bill as an advanced practice registered nurse, you have to be certified and licensed as an advanced practice registered nurse. So if you're billing third-party payers as something you're not licensed for at the moment, then there could be issues with the billing and review of that.
So is an APRN then required under the nursing practice law to practice according to the standards and guidelines of their national certification organization?
They are.
And does the APRN have to maintain documentation of national certification?
They do, and indeed, it's to be uploaded to the Board of Nursing Gateway portal. When you renew, there is a process to go into the Gateway portal and upload electronically that national certification, which would then go to the queue, my queue, for review and approval.
Can a nurse practitioner legally practice in this state without national certification?
Not in Mississippi.
It would be a violation of the nursing practice law, nurse practice.
Right.
And why do the rules require the APRN? What do they require again for them to do when that certification lapses?
Well, you have to quit work immediately, and it does state that on our website as well, under the area of national certification.
And do you have to notify the board?
Yes, notify the board, quit work, and then go through the process of getting that current.
Now, I do believe you testified that Mrs. Highfield received notification from someone at Memorial, correct?
Right, it was not originally from the licensee, though the licensee did follow up and send an email.
So the licensee followed up after Mrs. Highfield reached out to her, but did she notify the Board of Nursing that she had let her license lapse in practice for those 3 years?
She was not the initial one that reported. It was reported by her employer.
No further questions.
Any questions from the hearing panel for Ms. Cagle?
I've got one. During the time that her license, her ANCC was lapsed, did they have something in place? Because that was during the COVID years. Did they have something in place, a waiver or extension that you know of?
No extension on national certification of any allowance or exception for that was granted.
And I also see on her gateway that she, in October 1 of 2020, it looks like she downloaded her controlled substance prescriptive authority. Is that her DEA?
That controlled substance prescriptive authority is basically a few questions, but it's the state giving permission to get your DEA. So you do that originally, once you're licensed, that you are now eligible to get a DEA, because as an RN, you're not eligible to have the DEA, but once you receive that advanced practice nurse practitioner license number, you're able to apply. So the first step is to get the Board of Nursing's permission and then go to the DEA website and get the actual DEA itself with the issue date, expiration date, and then come back to the Board of Nursing and upload that hard copy. You have another little area, just like you do for national certification, where you're able to scan that in, upload. It would come to a queue to be reviewed, that it was a Mississippi DEA, you know.
Any additional questions? Ms. Austin, do you want to?
I'll do a brief closing, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 731529-1 provides the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse. That nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. In this particular case, the respondent admits that she practiced nursing as a nurse practitioner for nearly 3 years while employed at Memorial Hospital in Gulfport without having the requisite national certification. She violated both the nursing practice law and the board's rules. National certification is a requirement for the APRN under the law. It's not optional. An APRN must notify the board of certification lapses and must immediately cease practice. She did not do this for 3 years. In the meantime, she submitted and received her DEA registration while she had no national certification. Again, the evidence is clear and convincing today. She admits that she practiced without the requisite certification, and I would ask the panel to impose discipline in line with what is found in 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing in case number 20.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We do have one ASP that would like to read into the record as well.
Yes, okay, this concludes the hearing in case number 2022-0300. And, understand there's an ASP we added to the docket for this week. And
Yes, Your Honor, it's case numbers 2023-0342 and 2024-0332. And 2023-0402. It's license number R-917685 for Julio Racchio.
So then that's just one ASP?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think so.
This time, I'll be entertaining a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case numbers 2023-1212 involving the licensee, Ms. Tiana Dunlap, 2022-0300 involving the licensee, Ms. Jennifer Clark, and then an ASP, proposed agreed settlement involving license number R-917685.
Make that motion.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on these matters.
I'll make that motion. A second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decisions in this matter, possibly around the 1 o'clock hour. The board is in executive session, but students, We are back on the record. This time I will announce the board's decisions regarding the ASP in case numbers 2023-0342, 2023-0402, and 2024-0332, involving the licensee Julia Rocio, license number R-917685. The board accepted the ASP. Involving case number 2023-1212, involving the licensee, Ms. Tiana Dunlap. The board finds unanimously the licensee guilty, and the penalty is revocation of the of her privilege to practice in the state of Mississippi. Lastly, case number 2022-0300, involving the licensee, Ms. Jennifer Clark, license number R-855220 EMP. The board unanimously finds the licensee guilty as charged, and the penalty is a $500 fine and reprimand. This concludes the announcement of the board's decisions. Questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And just while we're still here on the record, related to the appeals for tomorrow that are docketed, just curious if what general counsel thinks about providing the board with copies of the appeals and briefs or whatever.
I don't think that's an issue because it's just the brief along with exhibits that are already entered into evidence.
Correct.
Does the board want them emailed?
Please email them to them. Yes, sure. Preferably today if possible.
We'll do it in the next few minutes.
And this concludes the everything for me.
Thank you.